Hey Dylan, how are you?
Long time no see.
You sound very fuzzy.
I sound fuzzy?
Well, just then, but the second time you sounded fine.
Hello, everyone, again.
Hi.
Did you have dinner?
Yeah, I ate early. I had to stay at work later, and then I had to get dinner and then come back here, so it was a busy day.
To have our 3 meetings. Have you ever had 3 meetings before?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Had,
so it's not too unusual?
No. This one's easy because you just kind of go through the script for the meeting that we're actually going to have after this. So I never really counted this as a separate meeting.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's true. Oh, that's true. If you count it as a separate, we're actually having 4 meetings tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because there's a special public meeting, right?
No. There's a closed session after.
Not really.
Oh, right. I forgot about that.
And there's a closed session after this.
Oh, fun.
Nothing beats the 3 a.m. meeting.
Oh, that was fun.
That was terrible because I wanted to go hunting that day, and I could only because I had to have somebody watch Hunter, so I'd schedule it to be able to get out. And that meeting went till 2:30, a quarter to 3 maybe.
Yeah.
I took a nap, literally for like 20 minutes, got back up and drove an hour and 20 minutes west, climbed up in a tree.
Wow.
Sun came up and sat there until about noon when a bear and a mother and 2 or 3 cubs came walking through. And I said, that's it. They just smelled up the whole spot. I won't see a deer for the rest of the day. I'm done. I'm going home to bed.
I went to the suburban diner and got breakfast.
I played tennis the next morning and I was shot. And people heard about it. You know, they were playing it. They're like, you were at that meeting? We heard it went till like 2:30 in the morning.
A marathon meeting. There are a lot of those at that time.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I think that was the record, though. I think that was the latest.
That was the latest.
Let's hope so.
Wow.
Well, I don't know if we're going to have major housing zoning changes, another parking garage, and the Shedler development all wrapped up and done, thrown at us all at the same time.
Yeah, and was Valley Hospital in there a little?
Yeah, they were in there a little. It's kind of like the tail end of Valley Hospital, but that was sort of like in the background. The main things were definitely the housing and the garage, and then all of a sudden they threw Shedler in there. So now you had 20 or 30 dedicated residents from that neighborhood who came to every single meeting, and they would speak on top of the 20 or 30 or so residents who wanted to talk about housing and the garage. Yeah, that was real.
Hi, Susan. All right.
Where's HM? Sorry, I was like, because you don't know what you're saying. You're just.
How's the baby?
She's so cute. She's such a tiny little peanut. She is like the tiniest little thing, but she's so beautiful. She even seems tinier. You know, they always lose weight when they come home. They always lose a little. She's just so tiny. We're so used to beefy babies. But
yeah, me too. If they're under 8 pounds, that's scary.
Yeah,
under 9 pounds
very,
is
very
scary.
She's very sweet.
I had all 10-pound babies.
Today was Mark's 5th birthday, so we were had a birthday party earlier, and I gave Savannah her first bath.
Oh,
She's just so tiny. She's like little long things and everything. Okay, all right. Are we good, HM? You're muted. Like we can't.
I'm good.
Oh, good.
Very good. And let's go back here.
I'm just getting mad in.
Yeah, we can start.
Okay. All right. We're going to call this meeting to order. It is Wednesday, July 15th, 7:32 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by posting on the bulletin board of Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled. Same is provided by law of a schedule including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call.
Councilwoman Perrin,
Here.
Councilwoman Reynolds,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Seaton,
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh,
Here.
and Mayor Newton.
Here. Comments from the public.
Do we have any, Dylan?
Dylan disappeared.
He's
I'm right here. I'm sorry.
Stay in your
Pressing
window.
the volume. We have one caller, so let me bring them in. Hello, caller. Are you there?
257.
Oh, hi. I think that's me, Catherine Schmidt, right?
Yes.
Hello,
Okay.
Catherine.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Just identify
So-
yourself.
Catherine, identify name and address, please.
Oh, yes. Catherine Schmidt, 123 South Irving Street.
Mhm.
And first of all, thank you again for considering to think about the curbside idea. And I know it's on your agenda tonight, particularly the concept of reserve a spot or adopt a spot or underwrite a spot, whatever we're planning to call it. And thank you for continuing to review that solution as part of the CBD in the pandemic. In light of that, the CBD Advisory Committee would just like to stress a couple things. First of all, we need a solution that's workable to both the businesses and the residents in terms of location and placement of spots. Second, we feel it really needs to be affordable for those who are contributing, and I know you're thinking about that. We do feel that pricing of a half-day approach might be a more attractive to some underwriters, and we hope you will consider this in your plan. We also think that this concept of adopting a spot, reserving a spot, could present an opportunity to bring the community together, similar to how Feed the Frontlines did, if we allow for broader sponsorship. So we hope you would also think about that as part of your solution. And then finally, given the uncertainty of everything, we would also just like to say we know that we need to approach this in the spirit of flexibility. As things begin to change, as the weather begins to change, as the state of the country and the state and the city begin to change. So we'd love to continue working with you along those lines. So thank you again for continuing to work this through and have this on your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Anyone else, Dylan?
Anyone else? One more.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Is this me?
Hi. Yes, please
Hi.
state your name and address.
It's Paul Vagianos, 280 Rivera Court. I want to thank the council for considering this proposal. It's really important to the Central Business District, as we learned during the spring, during the pandemic. And I know that you've been moving around and very flexible on a lot of the issues. One of the things that I would urge the council is, it's my understanding that the current proposal goes from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., which is a really terrific way of doing it. The only problem is the annualized cost of that, of one space, is over $5,000 a year. I believe that it's going to be very, very difficult to sell any sponsorships or to get anybody who can afford to pay $5,200 a year for a grab and go space. And I know that while 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. is far from perfect, the annualized cost of that would be closer to $1,300 or $1,400 a year. And I don't believe that we would have any trouble selling sponsorships or having merchants, restaurants buy those spaces or underwrite those spaces. I do think that the $5,000 spaces just won't sell. So I just wanted to share that with the council. I want to thank you so much for considering this proposal that is really important for the Central Business District.
Okay, thank you.
Any others, Dylan? Okay. Okay. I think that's
Are they on there now?
okay.
So they want to make a public comment?
Okay. I don't think so. I
Okay,
don't think so. Okay.
all right. Okay, all good. So with that, we'll go to our agenda for this evening and discussion of other business. Do we want to just, before we begin, go over this parking? So I guess everybody received a memo from Councilman Perrin regarding the proposed ordinance as it relates to the grab and go, what we're calling now grab and go spaces. And so what we did was we actually created two ordinances to introduce this evening. So one is in the original format as discussed at last week's meeting, and the second one was a modified version of that, which maintains the all-day requirement, but reduces the rate to $100 a week, Heather, if that's correct. And that also then includes Sunday, even though there's not a charge for Sunday. So that's significantly less than the $20 a day for the 7 days a week. I hear, Paul's calling in, Catherine, and their comments are that, 4 to 9 or later afternoon to 9. But, I think this goes back to our conversation from last week as it relates to, is this a grab and go, the equivalent of a drive up food delivery system for restaurants, or is this a grab and go program that recognizes the concerns of many residents as it relates to COVID-19 and whether or not they feel compromised and exposed if they were to get out of their vehicles and either shop in any store. So my thought on it was, because the way it was presented originally, was that it needs to be all day, because if in fact if it's in recognition that some folks are still apprehensive about shopping downtown and going into shops or picking up or going into restaurants, well, the business district is functioning all day. There's breakfast hours, there's lunch hours, there's dinner hours, there are stores, there are shops, there are people that call in, whether it be to Town and Country, Raymond's for breakfast. So it really is an all-day business district. And if we're just going to go to the evening hours, and I appreciate that the affordability issue, I just think that it's either that it's a pickup window for convenience for food only, or we're really understanding that this is a COVID-19 related issue. So that's why you're seeing those two different ordinances as it relates to the, I think the fees, correct, Heather? Right, it's the
Yes.
the fee.
That's the only change.
So, if anybody has any comments or thoughts on it, feel free to jump in before we get to the agenda.
Well, I still remain in favor of everything all the work that's been put in is great, but I'm still in favor of an option for, be it 4 to 9 or 5 to 9 or whatever it is. But, in the spirit of getting this thing moved through and providing some sort of needed relief to the business community, I'd support it. But again, you have to see what happens with COVID-19, if it comes back, or if maybe the spots are too expensive, then maybe we could always go back and amend it and put in an option. But again, I always favored the option. Would it be possible if for several businesses, I guess if there's a block captain or like one person who's going to submit the check, so say Town and Country wants to team up with a restaurant or something like that, so they could split the cost of the grab and go spot. So then, Town and Country could benefit mostly in the afternoon and, the early part of the evening. And then the restaurant partner could benefit for the rest of the evening after they're closed. So I guess that would be an option also.
Yes.
So Mike, I think that was, sorry. So Mike, am I muted still? Okay. So I think that was kind of baked into the whole thing. And one of the things we discussed is, we went back to the sponsorship, and Pam and I spoke about it yesterday, because when I was thinking about it, I thought, it's really not a bad idea to have a sponsor, but it can't be an advertisement. Part of the reason it's kind of, in my view, good to go for the whole day, because if we make these signs that are grab and go, we don't have all the confusion of different signage, and you can park here from this time to that time, and then it's grab and go these hours. So, a lot of people complain about the abundance too many signs.
Sign pollution.
And then the other piece of it is going back to the free parking courtesy of, on the back of the sign, we could put a small plaque and say that the following businesses or offices or whatever, it could be like could be a real estate agency that just decides they're going to underwrite that particular parking space. So we can add on the back of it on a small plaque that this space is courtesy of, and list the businesses that go in and purchase that one. But we're hearing everybody, we're hearing now, well, let's do 5 spaces. And I think if everyone read Catherine's email just now that came in a little while ago, it said 5 spaces on a block and from 4 to 9. And I think that's what I just read. And so, those spaces then at $1,300, it's still $5,000. So, that money is still adding up. And so the question is, how do we get this done and get it done as quickly as possible? So again, it is baked in and they can sponsor it together. So.
Okay. Like I said, I'm willing to support it and see how it goes. And if we have to amend it or modify it, I'm sure we'd be able to do that. Based on
yeah, we just need to be flexible. If it doesn't work, then we adjust what didn't work about it. But $100 divided by 7 days is $14 a day. And even if only 2 restaurants or 2 businesses join in, that's $7 a day. That's really, it doesn't seem like a lot of money.
I also would like to support this. I just wanted to make it clear that there is a map that Chief Lutke came up with, and these 5 spaces would be on the side streets, not on Ridgewood Avenue, on Oak, Chestnut, Broad, and if this works out well, could be down on Walnut or Cottage, and 1 spot across town on Wilsey Square, right where that organic mattress place was. And with regard to the spots on the east side of town, when you turn right from Ridgewood Avenue onto those side streets, that is where the 15-minute meters are. I wouldn't suggest moving the 15-minute meters.
Yeah, no.
Just leave them where they are. That's fine. I may not have conveyed to the CBDAC subcommittee properly that we in the council were thinking about making it that the driver or an occupant of the vehicle had to stay with the car, in the car the whole time. And I think that is perhaps something we could revisit down the line also. If it makes it harder to enforce, I don't want to make that additional burden on the police force. But I would like to start here as soon as possible with this ordinance as it's written.
Anyone else? Okay. So
one other thought. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Take your time.
You were speaking, Mayor, about the sponsors on the back of the sign. Could we make it that residents also could contribute?
Oh, well, I think that's a great idea. I think anybody who wants to lean in, but should be invited and welcome to do so.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Does somebody have something on that's making it sound like echoey? Okay. All right. Let's get on to the agenda. All right. So we have bills, claims, and vouchers. Who wants to second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have no minutes, no proclamations. Let's go to, okay, no ordinances. So we have the consent agenda for water. Who wants to move?
Move it.
Mike. Who wants to second?
I'll second.
Okay, Bernie. Pam, you're on mute still?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, sorry. All right, we have an introduction of ordinance 3804. Who would like to second?
I'll second.
Oh, Lorraine? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to second that twice.
Right.
And who would like to move that ordinance?
I'll move
I'll
it.
move it.
Oh, Pam.
Wait. Is this 3804?
Correct.
Are we?
Significant sewer discharge fees.
Yeah, I'll move it.
Okay, fine. Okay, so Lorraine, you're going to second twice. Pam, you're going to move it. Okay, fine. 3805, now this is the ordinance we were just talking about. So this is just the first part of it. So who would like to second?
I'll second.
Bernie. And Bernie. And who would like to move it?
I'll move it.
Okay, and then we're at 3806, and these are the fees for the grab and go spaces. And so when we're looking at this $20 a day, that we're going to introduce this tonight, along with the other ordinance. And then when we go to a public at the hearing, then we'll determine that one would be defeated, I guess, and then the other one would be adopted. Okay, so 3806, we need someone to second.
I'll second.
Okay, Pam, you'll second that twice. And who would like to move it?
I'll move it.
Okay, good. And then we're on to 3807. So this corrects that issue per, okay, good, Pam. All right, so who would like to second?
I'll second.
Bernie. And who would like to move that?
I'll move it.
Okay, very good. And okay, now we're going to the consent agenda, the final consent agenda. So who would like to move the consent agenda?
But,
Mike, you?
yep.
Okay, Mike. And who would like to second?
I'll second.
Okay, Pam. Okay, very good.
Okay. So anything else that we need to discuss?
Anyway, so Pam, you're comfortable right now with everything that we have, right?
Yes.
All right, good. Okay, so we're good. Very
Okay.
good. That's
So I
it.
just need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, see you in a couple minutes.
All right, see you in the
Yeah.
next Zoom room, Mike.
So I got 754.
Hello again.
Hello.
Hey, Lorraine.
We're live, so anytime we could start when everyone's present.
We know. Is it?
I think it is 8.
I have 7:58.
Okay. Okay.
7:59.
We'll wait 2 minutes.
What time do you have?
7:59.
I
It
have
says
8.
on my computer.
Okay.
My phone says 7:58.
My phone says 7:58 also, but my computer says
But
7:58.
we can wait. That's fine.
You know,
Susan, your Ridgewood is backwards. Your screen, your it's backwards.
Mirror image.
Really?
You got to flip Village Hall.
You got to flip
Like
Village
standing
Hall.
in front of an ambulance.
Okay, hang on. One moment, please. Is it backwards? It shouldn't be, though. It's forwards on mine. It's
No,
correct.
it's backwards.
Backwards.
No, it's definitely backwards.
Okay, hang on.
The
Good
word.
eye, Bernie. I would have never noticed that.
When she moved her head, I was like, why do I?
Now, is it?
Nope.
Same.
It's backwards still.
The
Well,
writing.
the words are backwards.
The words.
Words, not the building itself, but
Well, technically, the building is.
yeah.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
it's not on mine. That's
Okay.
weird.
If you go to the virtual background, there's a thing that says mirror my video.
Yeah, no, I just unmirrored it because I had it on. Well, now I don't know how I undid the other part. It's still the same, right?
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
But it's 8 o'clock, so.
All right, I'm just going to move here.
That's fine.
Just don't let me move.
There you go.
Okay.
Don't move.
And I can't move now. Okay. All right. Now we're okay. Now I'm just going to be confused. Okay. I'll apologize for the backwards Ridgewood thing. Okay. Fine. Stress. Who needs it? Okay. Okay. All right. We'd like to call this meeting to order. Today is July 15th, 2020. The time is 8 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to same, as provided by law of a schedule, including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call.
Councilwoman Perrin.
Here.
Councilwoman Reynolds.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Seaton.
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh.
Here.
And Mayor Newsom.
Here. Please join us for the flag salute. I pledge
Pledge
allegiance
allegiance to the flag of the
United
States
States
of
of America
America.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice.
Justice for all.
all. Please join me in a moment of silence for our men and women serving our nation, our first responders, and especially our Ridgewood Police Department. Thank you. I move the bills, claims, and vouchers and statements of funds on hand as of June 30th, 2020 be accepted as submitted.
Second.
Perrin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
And Newton.
Yes. Okay. We're going to go to comments from the public, not to exceed 3 minutes per person for 40 minutes in total.
All right, our first dial-in caller.
Hello?
8339.
That's your name and address, please.
Sorry.
Yeah, my name
Yes.
is Mahmoud Hamza. My family and I reside at 528 Amsterdam Avenue. There are 3 points, and I will make it. First, I would like to congratulate the new council and to wish you the best.
It's hard to hear you.
Mahmoud, can you just take?
Yes.
Can you just whatever you did right now, we can hear you much better. So whatever you did before, we couldn't hear you. So keep whatever it is you're doing going, and then start again.
And we're getting
Okay.
an echo from your background.
All right. So let me shut this. So good evening. I'm sorry. This is
Very good.
Good evening. My name is Mahmoud Hamza. My family and I reside at 528 Amsterdam Avenue. I have 3 points, and I will make it fast. First, I would like to congratulate the new council and to wish you the best. Our village and country is going through an unprecedented time We have to stick together and work effectively to face this dire situation. And you guys hit the ground running. We are with you. Second, I went to Graydon this past weekend for a swim. It was a wonderful experience. People are observing social distances. Crowd was controlled minutes before being permitted, and the staff was very courteous and friendly. Under the current circumstances, it was a very relaxing and enjoyable experience. Thanks to you and to all who are working hard to make it as such. My family and I would like to donate to our village 2 memorial trees. Respondents and healthcare workers, and 1 for the essential and support workers. We want them to be remembered for all the hard work and the sacrifices that they did and are still doing for our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mahmoud. Very much appreciated. Thank you. So, Dylan, you're kind of echoey now.
That's right.
Too.
Sorry about that. We have Chief Luthke. Hello, Chief. Oh, I just did Ann Loving. Hold on. I'm sorry. I just messed up.
Who's coming in?
Chief Luthke. She raised her hand.
Good evening. Please state your name and information for the record. Jackie?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Chief Jacqueline Lutke from the Ridgewood Police Department. I really just wanted to come in and again, I know I've congratulated you all as the new council. I just wanted to preface a little bit the work that I've been doing with the CBDAC committee. And I know on the agenda tonight is dealing with the grab and go spots. We've had a lot of discussion about it. I actually suggested where those spots are going to be because it makes it very convenient to be able to tell people as you come up Ridgewood Avenue, just make your right. And it's that first bank of spots on the right-hand side of the street. My concern about the spots is that I heard the grab and go means somebody has to stay in the car. And I'm highly concerned about that because that would exclude people from using the spots. People like me, I could never use a spot. Unless my husband came with me on an errand, I couldn't go up to pick up dinner and have them, stop at the bank first and then go pay for my dinner. If somebody had to stay in the car, I couldn't use those spots. I think those should be normal parking spots like our 15-minute spots where people can park, go out and pick up their dinner from one location, their dessert from another location, and buy a new mask from their third location, and then get back into the cars. I know we need to heavily monitor those to ensure people stay within that 30-minute time frame, but I really think it's important that people should be able to park in those spots and not just stand in those spots. I know you will also be hearing from Catherine Schmidt tonight as a representative of the CBDAC committee. And again, that's just been the immense amount of work that we have put in to try to work what's best for the village and what works well for the businesses. So thank you very much for your time and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Chief.
All right. Anybody else in attendance, raise your hand if you'd like to make a public comment. I'm showing no others.
All right, let's give them a second in case anyone else is interested. I know some people are still learning technology.
Mm-hmm. The dial number is up on the screen as well as YouTube too, as well.
Okay. So if anyone else, public comments? Okay. Once, twice? No one?
No one?
Okay. That will close public comments and move on to the village manager's report.
Okay.
Can I just say one thing?
Sure.
Chief Lutke has done a great job. She really has worked very well with the CBD, and it is her creativity, her and Sergeant Chuck, in finding the spaces that could be used for grab and go. So I really appreciate her input.
Thank you.
So, manager's report. Welcome Back to Ridgewood, New Jersey is a event which is held every day where retailers can put tables outside of their stores. They can put their goods outside. In addition, all food places are permitted to have outdoor dining. Beginning 10 a.m. Saturday through Sunday at 10 p.m., the Central Business District from North Walnut Street to Broad Street is closed to vehicular traffic along East Ridgewood Avenue, and that will create a pedestrian mall. There will be live music at various locations, including Memorial Park at Van Ness Square. The retail businesses and outdoor dining in this area will be moved onto the streets on Saturdays and Sundays. Pedestrians will walk in one direction on the sidewalks, which is the same direction as the vehicles are moving. There are arrows painted on the sidewalks and dots 6 feet apart so people can social distance. All of our businesses and restaurants have signed a pledge to adhere to the CDC guidelines. Masks are strongly encouraged and by the governor's order actually required if you can't social distance, and always required to enter any business. Graden Pool is open. Come and enjoy Ridgewood's favorite summer recreation area. Seasonal memberships are available for sale on Community Pass. There are also day passes that can be purchased. The Water's Edge Cafe at the pool is also open this summer. I wanted to also give you a brief update about Graden at this time. What I wanted to let you know is that the early bird report from April 1st to April 30th of 2019, there were 32 early birds sold, and this year there were 2. Again, we weren't sure if we were going to open, so that's understandable. So that's a loss of $6,350. The Graden Pool resident early bird, it was 852 in 2019, and in 2020 it was 65. That's a decrease of 787 people, or $90,160. The Graden Pool non-resident for the regular season from May 1st to July 14th. In 2019, 180 were sold. And in 2020, it's 162. That's a difference of 18. That's a reduction of $3,155. For residents, it was 1,334 in 2019 and 974 in 2020. And that's a difference of 360 people. And that is a $36,345 reduction in revenue. And finally, the point of sale or the day passes. In 2019, the day passes sold between both resident and non-resident were between June 29th to July 14th was 1,338. And in 2020, it's 1,094. It's a difference of 244 passes, which is a reduction of $4,470. So right now, we're reduction in revenue is $140,480. We expected this. I know that the residents and the non-residents who have joined are certainly enjoying it, and the weather has been perfect for Graden Pool. So I encourage more people to come and join because really the water is clear, it's beautiful. The other thing I do want to mention is we have had a capacity of 250, and we have increased that by 25 people. We also have had an issue with people not wanting to go and sit over by the Maple Avenue area, and that's been an issue with social distancing. So basically, when we're at capacity, we'll let them know. The average wait time has actually been about 10 minutes. They make public announcements to use the Maple Avenue area. The only thing is you can't swim in that area because there are no lifeguards. So if you are going to swim, you do need to sit in one of the other areas. The few days that they've hit capacity have been July 4th and 5th, July 9th, and then July 12th. Some patrons have chosen to leave when Graydon has hit capacity due to the fact that they felt uncomfortable with it being a little bit more crowded than it should have been. We've tried to keep them 6 feet apart. Sometimes people aren't willing to move. So what we are going to say, I think, going forward is that if they come and we've reached capacity, they can have a choice to sit over by the Maple Avenue area, or they can wait until the capacity is reduced. Only because this way, and once it is, if they see it thinning out in an area, they can certainly move. But otherwise, they're going into areas that are already crowded. So that's basically, I think, the best way to handle that. That actually came from our pool director, Steve Diamond, because, and obviously, if there's an issue with someone who's elderly or something like that, we may be able to accommodate them possibly over by the snack stand, the patio area, in that area until it thins out a little bit, so that they don't need to wait in their car or on the grass or go home. I know that there was a wait of up to 40 minutes this past Sunday. We received an email about that. That's unusual. I've heard actually some people have left their phone number, and as they're walking away, they're actually called back and said, you can, go in now. So we are doing our best to keep the social distancing, keeping to the 275 now instead of 250. The 500 isn't doable, unfortunately, for us because of the fact of we don't have adequate number of guards to have it completely around the pool area. But so we certainly encourage you to come early, stay the day, or come later in the day, and you may have to wait. But it's not, as I said, they've estimated the average wait time is 10 minutes. We did have a 40-minute wait, I know, this past weekend. So all village offices are open to the public Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. We request that you only enter the village buildings for official village business, and loitering is prohibited in all village buildings. Masks are required in all village buildings, and if you do not wear a mask, we will have you stop in the lobby area. We'll ask you to wait outside and let us know which department you wish to see, and we'll send a representative from that department out to see how they can assist you. The Ridgewood Public Library also opened to the public this week on July 14th, yesterday. Ridgewood residents are invited to place an advance reservation. They offer a limited number of 45-minute time slots for adult services and 30-minute time slots for families with young children. And the first hour of each day is reserved for senior citizens and vulnerable populations. They will continue to produce virtual programming, and they implemented a lot of different safety measures, as we did here at Village Hall, including they have hand sanitation stations. They had quarantined their return books for 72 hours. They removed most chairs and tables from the public areas because they prefer to have quick browsing. They've spread out the public computers to facilitate social distancing. They've installed plexiglass barriers at the public service desks. They installed new HVAC filters throughout the library, and there's signage outdoors and throughout the building for safety regulations and protocols. During the nice weather, patrons can enjoy outdoor services instead of going inside the library. They're going to continue with outdoor reserve book pickup service under the white canopy, and they've installed a larger canopy over the patio outside the auditorium with some spaced out seating to replace the indoor seating. The Cashwell Memorial Shell, located on Veterans Field, offers free music programs on Tuesday and Thursday nights in July and August, starting at 8:30 p.m. We ask you please bring a chair or blanket, wear a mask, and make sure you're social distancing. If the weather is in question, you can call 201-444-1776 after 6 p.m. and that will let you know whether or not the performance will be held that evening. Our yard garbage pickup resumed this week, so everyone who has been picked up knows that they can now leave it back where they normally did prior to March, and you don't need to bring it to the curb any longer. The recycling center located on East Glen Avenue is open for residential recycling and cardboard recycling from the businesses in the central business district. Our employees will remove your recycling from your vehicles. We will not be accepting yard waste from commercial landscapers. The farmers market again is every Sunday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the train station parking lot. Ridgewood sidewalk sale days will take place August 6th, 7th, and 8th. That's something to look forward to in a couple weeks. The Ridgewood Guild is showing drive-in movies at the Graden Pool parking lot on various Wednesdays. The next one will be July 22nd, and the movie is Beetlejuice. It's $20 admission for each car. Reservations are required, and that's by calling 201-493-9911. And the movie starts at sundown, approximately 8:30 p.m. Music in the Night is a free music program, again, sponsored by the Ridgewood Guild. On Friday nights in July and August, talented up-and-coming musicians perform for free and enhance the outdoor dining experience in Ridgewood. Saturday and Sunday nights, there will also be musical performances outside Stella on Broad Street, on the corner of Chestnut Street and Oak Street, and in Memorial Park at Van Ness Square. The Village Council upcoming meetings, I do want to mention that our meetings are televised live. They're also available on Swagit and on YouTube Live. August 12th is our meeting tonight. We also have, August 5th is the Village Council work session for August after tonight. August 12th is our Village Council public meeting at 8 p.m. And September 2nd is our Village Council public work session at 7:30 p.m. And that's all I have.
Great. Heather, would you be kind enough to just distribute your manager's report to the Village Council via email? I think
Sure.
it's a little bit, we don't have that document to make notes on anymore.
Sure, I will.
So I'm going to work my way through the boxes as I see them. So council reports, we'll start with Councilwoman Reynolds.
Hi. Quiet week. I had no committee meetings, so I have nothing to report.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Perrin.
Okay, CBDAC, we had a subcommittee meeting on Monday regarding the curbside pickup issues, and I had to miss that meeting for a family emergency, but they spoke about perhaps having two maps, one for when the pedestrian mall is in session and another one for when there is no pedestrian mall. And they did stress that half day is better than full day for most of the people who want to sponsor these. And they would like to invite the community to support this endeavor. And they ask that we stay flexible, as Catherine Schmidt mentioned in her public comment. The Green Ridgewood has not met, and our next meeting is the 21st, I think. I think it's next week, yeah. And Open Space is going to meet tomorrow at the Habernickel Park in the Gatehouse. That's at 7:00 at night. That's all I have. Oh, Chamber of Commerce, that won't meet until August.
Great. Pam, could you just remember to add Frances Bartow to Open Space?
She's added.
Oh, good.
She has been added.
Good, great.
Yep.
I appreciate that. Thanks so much. Thank you for remembering that. Deputy Mayor Seaton?
Thank you, Mayor. The summertime is usually a pretty quiet time, but Shade Tree, the Shade Tree Commission met yesterday, and the tree inventory has been completed. Now, you have never seen a more excited bunch of tree people than at yesterday's meeting, and to say that was an understatement. But unfortunately, the data is still very, very raw. So it's to the point where they just have the Latin names for trees. And unless you were really up on Latin and a tree expert, you really wouldn't get it. So it's being converted and put in a usable format for our staff and our employees so that they can get a better handle on tree management going forward and come up with some really good management plans. And just for the general public, so you can see how many trees we have, how many trees we don't have, the spots that are available, and it'll open up a whole host of discussions on canopy management and where we go from here. It is very exciting, and I understand everybody's impatience. I mean, we've been working at this for maybe 3-4 years, trying to get grants and not getting grants, and trying to get money and not get money. So to be at this point where it's completed, I understand that everybody really wants to get these numbers. I do too, but I also want to understand what we're reading. So a couple more weeks and we'll be able to present that. I think it's going to be in September at one of the September council meetings. And there were some discussions on who would be involved in that, who would be participating from the village, from the commission, from the professionals who put the report together. So at one of our September meetings, we'll have a great presentation on where the Ridgewood canopy is. And after that, then everybody can put their heads together and put a good plan going forward to how we can manage and replenish said canopy. And that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilwoman Walsh.
Nothing to report this week.
Oh, it's a quiet week. Okay, I'm up and I have actually nothing to report this week either. So we're all good. I did actually just want to comment though to Councilwoman Perrin's comments with the CBDAC and then Chief Lucky's comments. You know, I think that while we're working to get through this ordinance and figure out how we're doing grab and go, I still think I have some confusion as to what the purpose is, because again, I thought the reason for these spaces was a concern for exposure to coronavirus, and hence the idea that they weren't getting out of a vehicle, because that was really the bigger piece of it. Understandably, some might want to be out of their car to just grab it and go and run in and do a pickup order. But I thought this was, you know, the curbside pickup piece. So I think that, you know, placement's going to play a critical role in that. If depending on if this remains structured the way it is, then placement may not work the way they're thinking. So anyway, just wanted to throw that out there, and then we'll be moving on. Okay, we have no ordinances, and so we're on to Ridgewood Water, so we're on consent agenda.
Yes, the following resolutions, number 20-207 through 20-212, will be adopted by consent agenda with one vote by the village council. It will be read by title only. Award contract under New Jersey Cooperative Purchasing Program 2020 Ford F-550 Super Cab. Award contract under state contract, vehicle tracking system software and additional vehicle installation. Award professional services contract, PFAS rate setting and review of water rates for 2021. Award professional services contract, booster zone gravity tank feasibility study. Authorized change order, water billing and data collection services. Authorized easement agreement, Hallmark Arms of Fairlawn Condominium Association, PVWC interconnection. May I have a motion?
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes. I just wanted to let the deputy mayor know his voice is garbled suddenly, so I'm not sure why. Anyway, I'll keep on top of this technology. Okay, moving on to ordinances. I move the first reading of ordinance 3804.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes, so ordered. Will clerk please read ordinance 3804 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 145 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood fees at Section 145-6, enumeration of fees relating to code chapters.
I move that ordinance 3804 be adopted on first reading and that August 12th, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second the motion.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3805.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes, so ordered. Will clerk please read ordinance 3805 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood Vehicles and Traffic at Section 265-1 Definitions and Section 265-23 Time Limit Parking and Section 265-26 Loading Zones and Section 265-34 Unlawful Acts.
I move that order 3805 by adopted on first reading that August 5th, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Okay, so that said, I move that ordinance 3805 be adopted on first reading, that August 5th, 2020 be fixed as a date for the hearing thereon. That was Councilman Seaton.
I'll second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh, and Newton.
Yes. Okay. I move the first reading of ordinance 3806.
A second.
Oh, I second the motion.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes. So ordered. Will the clerk please read ordinance 3806 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 145 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood Fees at Section 145-6, enumeration of fees relating to code chapters.
I second the motion.
Wait, but hang on, Pam.
Is that where we are?
No, Lorraine's got to move
I'll
it.
move it.
Oh.
I move that ordinance 3806 be adopted on first reading and that August 5th, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
I'm sorry, I jumped the gun. I second the motion.
Okay. Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton.
Yeah. She was just excited about that ordinance, right? I move the first reading of ordinance 3807.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes.
Mike, you sound like you're under the sea.
Yeah, what's up with your microphone? So ordered. Will the clerk please read ordinance 3807 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 145 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood Fees at Section 145-6, enumeration of fees relating to code chapters.
I move that ordinance 3807 be adopted on first reading and that August 5th, 2020 be fixed as the date for the reading thereon, for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes. And we have no public hearings on any ordinances, so we're moving on to the regular consent agenda.
The following resolutions, number 20-213 through 20-222, are to be adopted by consent agenda with one vote by the Village Council. They will be read by title only. Award professional services contract, technical support for SCADA system at Water Pollution Control Facility. Award professional services contract, additional award, licensed site remediation professional, North Walnut Street redevelopment area. Award professional services contract, environmental assessment report, NJDEP Green Acres diversion, South Broad Street. Award professional services contract, environmental assessment report, NJDEP Green Acres diversion, Hammond Road and vacation of a portion of Marlborough Road. Authorized shared services agreement, snow plowing services with Bergen County. Authorized refund and cancellation of taxes for disabled veteran, block 2905, lot 27. Declare property surplus, tub grinder conveyor belt. Endorse 2021 NJDOT municipal aid grant application, resurfacing of Prospect Street. Appoint member to planning board and approve Eagle Scout project. May I have a motion? Okay.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Newton.
Yes. Okay. And with that, we're right back to comments from the public. Where is Dylan
Yes.
there?
he's looking.
Hello, Dylan.
All right. First person is the Lovings.
Okay, hello. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. Boyd Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I would like to take issue with the report that the manager issued regarding Graydon Pool. I was very disappointed that her report was so negative in nature. We're having a wonderful experience at Graydon this year. Yes, it is different than what happened in 2019 with respect to revenue, but that should have been expected. Obviously, no one wanted to make purchases in April nor May because no decision had been made neither in April nor in May regarding whether the pool would open or not. So to insert the figures from 2019 in terms of April and May sales was completely unfair and uncalled for. There are several municipalities in the area that did not open up their pools this year. Thankfully, the village council, yes, the village council worked to open Graydon Pool. Neither the manager nor the Parks and Recs director wanted the pool open. So thank you, Ms. Knudsen and Mr. Seaton, who were on the council, and Ms. Walsh at the time, and forced the opening of Graydon Pool. Families are having a wonderful time. Let us forget about the comparison between 2019 and 2020. It's great. We're glad it's opened, and we're having a wonderful time. Thank you again, Village Council.
Thank you.
Oh, hi. This is
good evening, please. Good evening, Catherine. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Yep, it's Catherine Schmidt, 123 South Irving Street. And so my first question is a question of protocol. I did speak at the earlier meeting. Is it important for me to repeat those comments at this meeting?
You're welcome to do so. I think we heard your comments and we have the email, but you're always welcome to do so.
Nope, I won't repeat it yet again. But now I'm here actually speaking not as a representative of the CBD Advisory Committee, but just as me, plain old Catherine Schmidt. And I just want to comment on the comments that were made. Mayor Newsom, I totally understand what are we really doing here? Is this about curbside or is it about something else? From my perspective as a resident, it is first and foremost about curbside. But it's in so doing, the curbside requirement that we have, it's helping people who are compromised in some way. If we could also broaden that a bit, then why not? If we're not losing anything, then why not? So this is where I go back to Chief Lukey's comment that if we really have to have people in the cars, fine. But if this is just a formality because it's curbside, then for 15 minutes, if somebody, I mean, sometimes curbside for some people could be, I'm just running in and picking it up. So all I'm saying is I would not want us to get hung up on that specificity. It is first and foremost for people who are concerned about going into stores. But if we put this ordinance in place, maybe it could have a benefit for the greater good as well. So again, not a representative of the CBD Advisory Committee, just as plain old me resident. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Catherine. Appreciate that.
Anybody else? Raise your hand or dial in. Just give them a minute. For me, that the phone number is up on the site, on the TV.
Is there anyone else?
I'm not showing anybody else.
All right, so I'm just going to speak to Catherine's comment first. I think, I agree and I hear what everybody's saying. I think we just have to work out the details of this to get it right. But if it's a hybrid or whatever it is, we'll work through it and I'm sure we'll get there. Hopefully we'll get there sooner rather than later and it accommodates everybody's needs. As far as Mr. Loving goes, I think that it was a big decision for the former village council, myself, Deputy Mayor and Councilman Walsh. It was a big decision to open Graydon because we understood that there would be some funding issues and revenue issues. But I think that for the community, it was one of the best decisions we've made. And I've heard so much positive feedback. So many people are so grateful. And this is a time in history, in a moment in the village and for all of our families, our residents, where everybody's really grappling with so much. And albeit we'll take the hit on this from the financials, I think that it was one of the best things and best decisions we've made because people are really so grateful and appreciative. So, and I know everybody's enjoying it. And I don't know if Councilman Walsh or Deputy Mayor want to say anything to that, but I just want to say it was a big decision and it was a good decision. Go ahead, Bernadette.
Yeah, so I mean, I just add also that, a lot of people have really been going stir crazy in their homes, and it is definitely giving them a respite to just go for a few hours and enjoy with their family some recreation. With contact sports really not being an option, this is a perfect way for people to get out and really just, literally let their hair down and have a good time. And I think, we don't talk about it enough, but really for mental health, to get out of the house and to be in a nice, calm, quiet, and wonderful environment, I think we all need that right now. So I'm really glad that we made the decision to keep Graydon open.
You're under the water, Mike. You're in the pool. All right. So
I would like to say one thing also.
Go ahead.
I appreciate the manager's report. As a new council person, these facts and figures that she gives us helps me with my due diligence as a fiduciary to the village, and I appreciate the perspective.
All right.
So I just wanted to state, I wasn't trying to paint a negative picture. We all knew there was going to be a loss in revenue. And if I gave you numbers with no basis for comparison, you wouldn't know what we would normally do in a year. And I would probably be asked for that. So as an update to where we stood with Graydon, I do compare to 2019 because that's the most recent data we have. I certainly agree with all of you. It was the right decision to open the pool. And when we had recommended not to open the pool, it was really based on where we were in April at that time with COVID-19 and not knowing where it was going. And so, I also applaud the council members who decided to open it. I'm not opposed to it by any means. And I agree with all of you. It's a great place to go. It's a tradition in the summer. It brings some normalcy back to people's lives. And again, reporting facts and figures, that's all I was doing. I wasn't trying to paint it in a negative light at all. And if that's the way it was taken, I apologize. That was not my intent.
Okay. No worries. Okay, very good. So appreciate everybody coming to our meeting. And with that, we'll take a resolution to go into closed session.
Be resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the Village Council meet in closed session on July 15th, 2020 at 8 p.m. or soon thereafter as the matter on the agenda can be reached, and the said closed session be held via Zoom teleconferencing due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Be it further resolved that the matters to be discussed in closed session are limited to legal matters to include the May 12, 2020 election. These matters are allowable under NJSA 10:4-12 at SEC. Be it further resolved that the minutes of this meeting shall be made available to the general public when such matters have been deemed completed by resolution of the Village Council. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay. Second. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay. Thank
We're
you.
going to leave here and go into a different place, right? Okay. All right. See you in the Zoom room.
In the news room.